Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream.
Oh, you're
Oh,
talking into my shoulder.
yeah.
It's cozy.
You're cozy. You're warm and soft.
Oh my god. It's nice to see you all. Hi, Z. Hi,
How's
Lazo.
everybody doing on this almost Christmas?
It's almost Christmas, which means it's not
Which
Christmas.
means it's not Christmas.
Unless you're celebrating in certain countries in Europe, in which case it's Yule, and
Yeah.
you're already opening your presents because that's how they do.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Oh, or I guess if you're in Australia, it's probably already Christmas.
It's either definitely Christmas or it's still the 23rd. I don't know how time works.
Mm-hmm. You are so muffled.
I'm sorry. It's so cozy.
You're very cozy.
I don't know. Time is upside down in the
Time,
southern hemisphere, right?
time is upsetting in the
Time
southern
is
hemisphere.
upsetting.
Yeah.
Everything's upsetting. Welcome, everybody. We're not upsetting.
We're cool.
That's why you're hanging out with us today.
I have to talk to Val Breakbeat Bun after this stream because
Oh my God.
I'd already related to her that my folks pushed a broken down mini off a cliff at some point to get rid of it. And
Dad is a minor supervillain.
my dad is a
I'm
minor
so here for it.
supervillain. It's so great. I have now found out that they also buried a mini under their car parking space and
Parked in there for good.
used a mini as part of the foundation for his garden shed. So like he just fucking smushed it down and concreted it over it and then built a shed on top of it. And I'm just like, oh, Val's gonna hate this. I need to tell them.
How cheap are these things that they're just being used as building materials?
Well, like my dad was saying that apparently they were like 30 quid when when they were buying them. Granted,
spoken there because
no, granted, that was like when the British economy was completely different and the buying power of a pound was a lot more.
fair.
But still, I think it was a lot more easy to actually get a car.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to do some Phoenix Wright, and in case you missed it, tomorrow we are going to be doing some Donkey Kong Country 3. We're going to Kong and Kong until it's done, or until we can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Depending on what happens first.
Yeah. We
So
figured it would be nice if folks kind of don't have a place to enjoy Christmas, or it's kind of a hard holiday for some folks, myself included.
Mhm.
And we thought it would be a nice to have a space for people to hang out and have a good time tomorrow.
Yeah,
So,
and watch us suffer and place bets on how many deaths it'll take us to get through Donkey Kong.
yeah, exactly.
Oh. So, without too much further ado, shall we Phoenix Wright?
So let's Phoenix Wright.
Dial that down just a skosh.
I don't remember this track.
It's because we've not let it sit on the title screen this long before.
It sounds like TTD a little bit.
I guess a little bit.
Now you gotta be exquisitely careful. You're tethered together to the microphone.
February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Oh, we get a recap. Thank fuck. Hello?
What keeps unplugging?
I don't know. The haunted computer.
Cool.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file.
Killed me.
Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
What did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night prosecutor Joe Marshall, sorry,
Neil Joe Marshall.
Joe. On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you? But that's illegal. I can't do that.
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, he was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
Let's see that one
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. It was a terrible thunderstorm that day. It was unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. Hey, Liza!
No.
Squirrels. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. And then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Picture.
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why why she made up the crime.
Oh. You mean provided bogus evidence?
Yo, dude, this evidence is totally
bogus.
Gnarly, but like in a bad way.
But in like a bad way.
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes. I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. Couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
It's true. You may not have known. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today.
Must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred?
Meatballs.
You saw meatballs?
Yo, this evidence is totes bogus. That prosecutor's quite a few games from now.
Oh my.
Clavier Gavin. Oh, he's got kind of an onion head.
Don't stand! Oh my god, he sure does. What the fuck?
Mark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl?
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. Still had my cool pink tea shades though. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Emma, you've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. I was only 14. It's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies. I'd find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime.
Something puzzling.
Who would do something that's illegal to another person? There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. I can't finish the Sudoku. Can you help me?
Please help, please help.
Please.
Mods help, I can't finish my Sudoku. What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? By a persecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there.
Yes, there is.
Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course.
No, asshole, by the janitor.
This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Man, cool that they just didn't lock the door or anything.
It's a shame we let him keep his knife with him. Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Balls. Across from the elevator? Yeah, it's this box that goes up and down and you put people inside it. But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was the detective.
That's quite the promotion she got then, huh?
Holy shit. She was the best in the entire force.
What?
Solar
That's
beam.
news to me, so I mean...
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. I don't think the series understands the flow of linear time very well.
Man, he's had his mid-interview bathroom break for a while. Wait a minute. Detention center.
I'm beginning to think that's not a real cop. That's just like a statue.
The cardboard cutout.
Yeah.
Did this ever happen over here? Because like at some point in I guess it must have been the early 2010s, some shops in the UK started just having cardboard cutouts of policemen in like the windows and sometimes at the back of the store. Really? Because there was like some weird study that showed that if a criminal crimo sees a policeman even in a cardboard cutout, then they'll be less likely to steal.
It's fucking stupid.
It's so dumb. It was like I think it was mainly like pound stores, so like, you know, like a dollar store.
Yeah, cops do exist. I guess I'll starve tonight.
Yeah, exactly. It's like fucking yeah, sure. You see a cardboard cutout of a cop and your brain's primed to be not a crimo. So fucking ridiculous. Incidentally, if you see someone shoplifting, no you didn't.
No, you
Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago.
Seems kind of unlikely. I think that she might have misunderstood the whole thing.
And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Like, a detective and a prosecutor have two completely different
Utterly and wholly different
skill sets. Like,
Yeah.
you would need to cram to go to lawyer cram school for 2 years.
Yeah, like you need a whole different degree for that.
Yeah.
It's not just like, this chef really cooked a good steak. You're now the chief engineer of the company or whatever.
Like, unless like she studied at law school and then became a detective, which seems like a wild thing to do.
Maybe.
Nothing in this video game makes sense. Just roll with it.
Yeah.
That's right.
You fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs.
Meatballs. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. My girl walked into that bar exam day one and fucking crushed it.
Crushed that bar between her thighs. It's like,
You're our chief prosecutor!
a lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. I started talking real slow.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? Meatballs. I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
I'm starting to believe I'm the singularly good apple in this fundamentally corrupt justice system.
Yeah, it's weird though.
Weird.
It couldn't be helped, Amy. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is at 5:15 there was no murder at the police.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Meatballs. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma. It's probably Emma, isn't it? Oh well. I've started, so I'll continue. This doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. There's actually two of them. There's an Emma and an Ema. You're just not distinguishing very well between them.
It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing! Oh, this is before Chief Gant got the stupid fucking tie.
I got a sideways tie.
She's like his stand.
Yeah.
They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant.
He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime
He was a
scene.
janitor back then, but he's still...
Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Oh.
Really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was
No job openings.
to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police, arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Oh, so it's nepotism.
Sure seems like it.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was involved in the creation of a dark universe. I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command. Means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
That scarf does make her feel a little bit like Lisa.
A little bit.
Not to keep judges. You even had the same office. You were roommates.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force.
Detective Cowboy, Detective Food, Detective.
Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. First time Marshall worked with his brother, he was quite gung-ho, if you will. Hey, Snippy, good to see you.
Hi.
Without a dark, Joe Doubt was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
He tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Is Angel still wearing the rice ball hat in that image? I think she was.
She sure was.
She's always been like that, I guess.
Yeah. Meatballs. Now you tell us.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there he ran straight to the office shared by Chief Gant and myself.
Did you lock the fucking door or anything?
That's where he found me.
Oh, you were the first person to run to the scene.
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark.
Oh.
When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies. Oh, Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma who passed out.
And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. Picked up Ina, carried her out to the room and just held her.
Blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. Oh, after all, her sister must have gone through. Damn it.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident.
That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm?
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
Your ass was solved, too. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me, too. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Meatballs. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
It does if you count Casket's case.
Jeez.
That case just might not be over yet.
Huh.
Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder.
Well, bye!
See you later. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
Right. Chief of Detectives still seems the same, though.
Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right. We can come back here later.
Isn't this where the Chief's office is going? Well,
I
whatever.
don't think. That man must be the Chief of Detectives still. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter.
What? Dark case may have been fabricated. That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone.
Well, now there's a guy who cares about his work. Now there's a guy who cares about his work.
Now, there's a guy who cares about his work.
Man, reading's hard.
Uh-huh.
That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself.
That's it. The villain used the time machine. Very clever indeed. That would explain the alibi. The future might not be so far away after all.
Balls. Oh, he's not writing a report. He's writing a novel.
Chief of Detectives looks a lot like Winston Payne. Oh my god.
He does.
Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Okay, Sarah. You never know where life will lead you, Bambina. Please, Sarah. I should have known my luck would run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Hey, where are you headed?
Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation.
He was calling it prospector for a long time. Then
He
just
was.
stopped.
Yeah.
Somebody chided him, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe it was us.
It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room with me, partner.
Mr. Marshall, we want to go in the evidence room. Also, why did you do it?
I feel like they need to be chewing on a toothpick.
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
We're in this canon San Francisco-ish, I
Yeah.
think. If we head west, we're in trouble.
It's real wet out here.
Where you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall? Can I have some of whatever's in that flask?
Yeah.
Well, okay, it's Listerine.
Oh, God.
Would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Well, looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean fishy? Is that like a pen over there?
If I see,
I'll take that.
you could chew on Samus's leg.
Like the feral dog I am.
Sure, partner, it's beef stew. Oh,
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence they found. For example, the murder weapon.
Murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip?
It was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
a question?
Do I look stupid with a pair of tweezers in my mouth?
Very.
Does it help? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match for the victim's mistake.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
Has it been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
Scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when I went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was about 9 years old. He was 27 at the time.
Oh,
He was
just
awarded the highest honor that very day.
he was ready to retire.
The highest honor? You mean the...
Yeah, that stupid idiot shield thing. The king of prospectors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day the SL9 incident took place. That wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer.
Well, interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years have gone by already since the last time we had lightning. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently someone tried to stop you. If the Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. There were detectives involved in that investigation. Save one. It's taken care of.
you're getting...
I'm getting real sloppy. Drooling all over myself. There's teeth marks in my pair of tweezers. The star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
They did something to him too. The commissioners would have get suspicious.
Jake's a little drunk from the beef stew.
I didn't have any broth, so I just used whiskey.
Oh.
No, they were careful enough to not be too obvious.
They?
talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambi. I'm Damon Gant on the sky. Investigation lead Damon Gant is second in command on the sky.
There they are.
There was a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yep. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. You've never been the same since you left.
Question mark? Well, if it isn't the blowjob chiefs.
Oh gosh.
Oh, I love that band.
Uh-huh.
Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Blowjob Sky was totally different when she was a detective.
Now he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret's too well guarded. I never found out.
If this was the second game, there'd be a psyche lock, but
I don't know what that is.
What a secret. It started 2 years ago.
Man, this Listerione's good stuff. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
Oh, it was certainly enlightening.
One thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who
oh, Listerine's kicking in.
Oh, God. Someone else was the one who gave me that evidence. Planned everything. And someone gave Damon Gate. Believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Sorry, there's a walnut in here, apparently. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
What's Columbo up to?
Look, that patrolman is saluting that other guy. He must be defective.
I cut the out, right? And you know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent.
Oh man, I hate it when that happens.
The stopper was on the whole time. Was he just doing that for show?
Yeah.
I know, what the fuck? Just stimming. This
Yeah.
is an oral stim. Meatballs. I guess he wasn't saluting, he was just listening to how his friend messed up.
They make a good pair.
He's been trying to undo it with his teeth the whole time, finally succeeded.
We'll get it one of these days, goddammit.
No one's here today, not even Miss Starr.
Everyone's probably busy looking into exactly what went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
We're gonna find all the answers by tomorrow.
I'm an attorney.
Hi, prosecutor's office. We love you.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? Took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
I guess we'll just have to come back later.
Oh boy, it's my favorite part of the video game. Go to various places
Yeah.
and try and figure out what'll progress the game. We were like, we should go check out Damon Gant's office.
Yeah, and we just can't do that.
Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved.
She really means it.
Lana. there's anything that... Nope. Doesn't even know any...
Go to the office now.
Oh, okay. Gumbo's here.
Sure. Oh, speaking of gumbo.
God, that was so good.
Oh,
We made some chicken gumbo last night, and oh my
that was some of the best stuff.
God, it's so
It was
fucking good.
amazing.
Uh,
Place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Why does everybody who doesn't have a portrait sound like an asshole? Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us.
Well, the chief prosecutor is saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I got a lot of work to blow off here. I think festive is the word usually used for this.
What? Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Seems like a normal thing to ask to me, so go ahead.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Oh,
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
goddamn. Well, now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
What are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
Now that we've established we're not allowed to go, let's fucking... Are you kidding my whole ass to death? What is this piece of shit?
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're definitely not the villain when you've got a whole fucking organ in your fucking office. You complete asshole.
Dreams he came to me.
Oh, God. He was plinking away on it like fucking Ganondorf.
Yeah, really?
Oh, he's playing it now.
Oh, God. Whoa, where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Got that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten.
Oh.
They used to call me Little Miss Bach.
Oh.
I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Never could remember where C was.
Hmm?
Hola, you seem to have caught the chief mid-suavemente.
Ah. Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant. That paper he was reading on his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? It's February. I'm kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement.
Yeah, he's kind of a Ganondorf.
He's definitely
David Gantendorf.
provocative statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? What the fuck is this? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there?
Hang on, so... we walked into his office. He's just in
At
deep
his desk.
concentration at his desk. And he doesn't notice until Lana goes over to the organ and pushes a button and it goes...
Is that a picture of Chrono Trigger on that?
It looks
shelf?
kind of like a bloodstained handprint.
Oh, awesome.
I think it's a picture of a Rorschach test.
Oh, sure. It's too bad high five.
Oh.
Wow, he's got some titties.
Dude, he's kind of titted up.
Wow. That's a picture of Lana kneeling me.
And my tits.
My tits. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Hey, we've seen that vase before.
Oh yeah. terrible vase. It looks upside down.
Hey, Vera.
Hello. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. It's all the way across the room. I'm stuck here.
Again, team.
Oh, Team Gant.
Team Gant Squad.
Yeah? Oh, okay. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh. At this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Reprobates.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
Well, it seems like that case isn't over with yet after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside of the chief's office.
Well, we go back inside.
Gumshoe.
Hey, pal. As though summoned, it is I, Gumshoe.
Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee.
Oh, sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No, why do you ask?
He's under fire from the police department and the prosecutor's office. Almost like the battles between you two in court.
Sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
Yeah, and you should feel bad about it. That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. Crisis on Infinite Edgeworth.
Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's like not Nagahiga evidence forgery.
Sure.
Lana Sky's the guilty party here, isn't she?
Meatballs.
Well, regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. It's amazing talent as the prosecutors kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this,
Are there really so many people who hate him?
not according to Tumblr. In our world, only those with talent rise up to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. He's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
Hey Dick, kick off the good work.
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch sometime, my tree.
Yes, sir.
You've gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Joints ain't legal yet in California. Yes, sir.
It seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Everybody loves me. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. All this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack.
Good eggs worth.
Might become an egg's worth. Anyway, all this talk about joints and crack is making me feel a little something. Actually, I took a look at the file on the boiler while the coffee was brewing.
Seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
Only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
Final attack, you mean?
Yeah, he called out his moves and everything. He was looking crazy. When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, he was trying to protect some Goyle.
Me. I'm the Goyle.
He's the
Detective Gumshoe. Never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all, his dead body.
Well, well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the Moida weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere here, okay?
Oh, the recollection never failed to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Might jog his memory.
What weapon?
The Moida weapon.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
About this.
Whoa, hey, don't stab me.
Is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
Why do you just fucking have that?
Yeah.
What?
Okay, so in this case, it's a real thing that we have, a real actual object,
Yeah.
not just
Yeah,
the
it's just in our pocket.
concept of an object.
Ever since that case was closed, that Guinevere's been locked away in a locker.
The day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker.
Into our pockets somehow.
It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
Balls. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
What is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
Oh, it's what? Fuck. Joe Dock was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just one of the mill businessmen.
Businessman. What made him take the serial kill?
Trying to expand his resume.
I mean, what drives any of us to serial killing? Boredom, love of blood. One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. His can.
With his cat?
Can.
So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
I need to pee more
Okay.
than any person has ever needed to pee before. I'll be right back.
He left the guy in the car, and then he crushed it, and he built a shed on top of it.
God! That's my dad!
Well, it's the Sleet and Sleet Alone show again, everybody. How's your day going? I hope everybody's feeling good. I hope everybody who cares about Christmas is excited or is at least calm about it. We've got our decorations and stuff up. I have my little half a tree hanging up that my parents got me. It's just like one half of a tree meant to go up against the wall. So that's weird, but it makes putting it away easy. I already took pictures of our beautiful Christmas scene, all my pretty Christmas houses, and all the stupid bullshit we hid amongst them. And yeah, it's been cozy. We made delicious gumbo and we're watching movies yesterday. We watched Tokyo Godfathers, which is a great Christmas movie. If you haven't seen it, you can watch it on YouTube. It's good. It stars a trans woman, and she's one of my favorite animated characters. She's just really cool. It's also kind of a bummer, I guess, but it's also really good. And then we watched The Adventures of Tintin because I really like that movie, and Jax hadn't seen it. So it was very cozy. It was a very pleasant evening. Here she is. I can see her.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I've missed you terribly.
I missed you so much as well. Oh. God, I'm just thinking about... So, we were talking to my folks earlier, because, Christmas Eve wanted to call them. And, in addition to talking about the various cars that have been buried on my folks' property, I also had my dad talk about the time he would experiment with explosives.
A homemade magnesium warhead.
Yeah, I talked to him and said, yeah, so I remember you talking about setting off small explosives in the mud flats. And he's like, no, Those are large explosives. Left a crater 6 foot wide, 4 deep. And I'm like, dude,
Dad's awesome.
that fucking rules. Oh. Like, he also told a news story that I'd not heard about where in his family's home, he managed to lodge the ramrod of a muzzle-loading gun that he had in the ceiling because of a misadventure when loading it. He had a percussion cap or something on it, and the rifle slipped while he was fiddling around with the ramrod, and it went off and launched the ramrod directly into the ceiling. How he hasn't died.
Yeah, really.
Oh, God. Take improvised explosives, right? Excuse you, those are planned explosives. Yeah. Oh, Christ. Anyway, back to the crimes in this game rather than my dad's crimes. An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady of some description. A kid walked by just then and he killed him too. A jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
What?
Seems like he was a pretty careless animal.
How did you not have enough evidence to convict him from that?
Yeah, really. Of course, this is all conjecture. I mean, what really is death, if you think about it? There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and moited his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. Onion-headed fuck. The crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Doc was arrested on the spot. Good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
And last witness.
AKA Emma. AKA Yuma.
This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. When you traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too.
No one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. If you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Meatballs. Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
It was in a box labeled Things I Killed People. The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound, which kind of makes sense.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. Murderer Joe Dark.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. It's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
Hey, that's my line.
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gann.
Oh, I might do that, actually, yeah. Not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
Chief's out now and his office is locked. We'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Meatballs. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
They'll send me. They'll evict me. They'll send me off to the beach of trust to live out my days.
The beach of trust that makes you old.
Yeah, it makes me old. Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
I'd be put into a tin can and sold to grocery stores across America. Sorry, pal.
Get your gumshoe meat.
Oh.
Not like that.
Oh.
I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
Well, a bunch of lazy fucks should probably have deactivated it. It won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
No.
The day he died.
In other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting in that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
$10.
Hot dog, I'm getting some chili.
Do it for the badger. Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Sheesh.
Cool jar.
Lock that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives.
Sure, bud.
My ashes were deposited into an urn's likeness back when I was a pharaoh. It was cremated. Never mind, don't worry about it. Must be the most uniformed detective I've ever met.
Sure, that's what that says.
I want to go to bed. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. Like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Yeah. Where could I have seen him before? Oh, can we like investigate the picture? Yeah.
Nope.
We can't know about it until
Yeah.
Phoenix decides he's noticed it. I've been studying up on this file. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgewhite's presentation. I think people are accusing him of being justice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm in the chief's office and he's making me listen to his 3-hour-long organ solo. Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. Usually you don't invite anybody to watch your organ solos in your office, but you damn.
God damn.
After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Well, it was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence and proved Joe Dart guilty. When you bubbly gookalaga. When you bubbly googalooga. Can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. He was like a centaur to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
I ate it. It hurt. He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. So I put her in a hamburger with a bunch of candy, and I ate it. It was really good.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with me. Maybe my cactus. Meatballs. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Where are we looking at?
I don't know.
Babahoo, gungle stungushness. Hey, is that? It has a tag attached to it, label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon we're speaking of. I think we already did.
Yeah, we
this.
sure did.
It's a shame we all have memento disease. I almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. It's more than you can say about most officers nowadays.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
Good Minnie's right, though. This is a good badge we were able to prove another possibility today, Smiley. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. This ID card belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything with it these days with a card and a secret number. Scary. Well, it's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I never forget my secret number a lot, too. I'm scared of myself, but I'm me after all, and what could be wrong with that? Oh. I think I'll stay out of this conversation.
I'm an attorney!
Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You showed it to me every time we meet now. Real men show their police badge. Enough said.
I Wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice.
I have that screaming celebrity.
Yeah.
On Mr. Edgewaite's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgewaite's knife, huh? Drive Chief Prosecutor's guy to do such.
Balls.
Oh, wait, I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgewaite. Hey, that's it. It's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgewaite got this day. Just now he's being reamed out for being the worst prosecutor ever. It kind of sucks.
Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
I can't tell. There's a giant hot flaming ball of plasma blinding my eyeballs. I can't read it. I'm gonna go do something about it. I'll be right back.
The sun is shining. It's beautiful. And kids like you ought to be playing Phoenix Wright. I do want chat to know that Sleet has been cradling and playing around with the little Dodrio plushie. Ooh, can you grab me the monster out of the fridge? Thank you.
The monster.
Oh. We're having a nice day, I think. It's a chill time. Thank you, my love.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, my love.
Thank you.
Oh, of course, pal. I got an award for diligence. Still.
Just looking at her, looking at the screen.
I thought you were trying to work on that top hat.
I mean, that too.
Oh, congratulations.
Wondulation. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. When you're older. Apparently he's forgotten.
Maybe let's go see Edgeworth if he's around. Because I don't think we've got what we need to persuade Gumshoe.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
There we go. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is. It looks like he's writing something. But what are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
It's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
I wonder what he was writing on before.
Oh, Mr. Wright, let's take a look.
Crazy, Edgeworth is sitting right there.
Just distract him, I'll check it out.
Hey Edgeworth. Surprise makeout session. Is it Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground.
Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet.
Didn't even look.
What? Letter of...
Oh my god, who let all the seals out? Oh, they're taking over the place.
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you.
Letter of Record Scratch Championship.
It says, letter of transform into a sea lion. They broke the seal! It says letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, what does that mean? What is that word?
I'm tired, right?
I'm 24. At the time I retire.
I feel as if something inside me has died. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. No one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. He's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
Yoink.
Well, that'll do it.
Let's have a little chat with him. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact.
You didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth. I take pride in my work, so tell me why? Why has it all come to this?
Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me.
You're my friend, asshole.
To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean? It's constantly haunted.
Yeah,
With all these allegations.
apparently. The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
Only half as long as most lists? That is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. It may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Hey, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture. Something seems strange about it.
Yeah, the fucking trophy's got a fucking sword. Or a knife or something.
Yeah. This picture is hanging on a wall in Chief Gant's office.
We took it.
And we just took it.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're quite right. Meatballs. Ah, I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. The story behind its design. Story? I love stories.
Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. The king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. That's so, then why were you only given a shield?
Balls. You'll have to ask Chief Gent. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gent. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Guess you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gent asked you to hold on to that, right? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked me to.
And that's right.
Balls. Well,
Time to go upset Gumshoe.
oh god, what do you want? Excuse me.
Oh boy.
Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
What? Oh.
The star. She's on lunches. Yes, actually, also. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. No one in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coinkydink. Meatballs.
Oh, those sound good, actually.
Roast beef meatballs. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Star's hatred towards Lana.
It doesn't look particularly beefy.
No, it doesn't.
Like, roast beef kind of goes a little bit brownish, grayish.
Yeah. It kind of looks like ground beef that's been like folded on top of itself.
It's in a palm leaf or something, yeah. Anyway.
All dates back to 2 years ago. I think I suddenly just remembered what happens. The rest of the case.
Uh-huh.
I'd forgotten exactly how this plays out, but it just came back to me, I think.
Good. 2-year-old roast beef. Oh.
Yum, yum.
It's finding a food person in the parking lot and offering beef.
Yeah. Beef, get your roast beef here.
Yummy.
Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. Mostly because Dark is a noun that I use a lot. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Oh no, it's a different hat. It's just a hat now.
Oh, yeah.
Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy.
Oh, it's because Angel Star has beef with Lana.
Poor old Jake Marshall, though. He must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Maybe possessed by his dead brother.
Christ.
Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Huh? Lana Sky.
My sister.
I love how we just keep reaffirming facts throughout this, in case you forgot who she was. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo.
Chief Gant. Absolutely does mean she sewed the rice balls on later. She was just like, this hat needs something now to have changed from being a detective to a lunch lady.
I need something that more clearly signifies what I was. The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation.
Your legendary pair is the reason. Well, never mind.
Just one rub and it filled us with invigoration.
Yeah.
That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have proof anything illegal was done.
And proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. The legendary pair is why I wear this deeply cut necklace.
Yeah.
The end of the map reveals, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Things quite as shrimple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Sky was merely being used as a prawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. It's my shit take. Demon Gaunt and Liang scheme.
Here.
How many times are we going to show this photograph?
Look at this photograph.
Memory as it is. Oh, we don't have that set up yet.
Shit.
God damn it. Next game. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they, SpongeBob?
Even Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? Yeah, he had a magneton as one of his by that I mean his ability to attract evidence.
Sure.
He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he had. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Is there anybody who's not being accused of doing that?
Yeah.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
All the prosecutors wanted to be her. Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. We hated anything crooked, and we always watched out for other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall.
Yes, that Jake, thank you. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she'd lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
The star.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Meatballs.
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief.
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secure. There's only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? He could control the chief prosecutor. He could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
He gets really tiny and he hides under her hat. I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change.
Must have been some magic in that old hat.
Land.
And the Dewey.
Yummy. getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. You have to, cook them together and stuff. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye forever.
Gumshoe.
Gum on my shoe. Oh, you bet. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. And I don't know how to do more than one at a time. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
Sure. If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. Oh, this is the last crime scene in the Slanine incident. Take a look at it.
There'll have to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Your boyfriend is resigned.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? Balls twice. No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too.
Is he willing to sacrifice?
Yep. But I know different now. He's as warm as a bowl of chili on the inside. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. We betrayed him.
Detective?
Meatballs. That's it. I've made up my mind.
But...
Here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out...
they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? Well, at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket.
It's cold as ice, willing to sacrifice my paycheck. Whole ice department. Here goes, Mr. Wright.
Click. Beep.
We're in. If anyone finds us now...
Here comes she's a daughter. If it happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. You just bitch slap Detective Gumshoe?
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe, I'm a bit late to this. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? What? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my... Don't announce it like that. That was weird. Why did we do that? I think it just needs, some anger management counseling. I hardly ever get a chance to continue. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
We're lucky. Come on, let's see what we can find out. I have a feeling about this.
He's pulled a knot anymore! Here's the paper ripping noises.
Safe, isn't it? Safe. What is ripe with intrigue. Okay, you say so.
He's eating the card in front of Gumshoe. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. You know what it is? I did just say that. It's or 800-8135. I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's... oh, gum shit. What was that? I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
Yeah, Gant's ID
His
number.
ID number.
What a big dumbass.
Pizza rolls are done.
Bingo!
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal? 77777777777, the final ID card number on that record.
What?
Remember the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day?
Thought you were just fucking around? No, I was like, this is Gant's office. I remember his ID card number's a bunch of 7s.
You mean... 7777777, that ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. There's not a 1 in there, what the fuck? It can only mean one thing, that's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Nah, I've lost interest. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's a
A shard from a broken cup. Somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
Phoenix. Something else in here too.
This looks like a piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, I was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. Quietly pockets $400,000.
Yeah.
Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. Look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, I have to prove their relevancy to get them. Are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's got to be something that can show the detective.
Why? If he's just hiding those so nobody would connect with them, why would he not, over the course of 2 years, have destroyed that shard?
I know, right?
Like, just get a sandwich bag and a hammer.
Yeah.
Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. Kinda early to be nostalgic.
Game audio is way lower than your speech. Oh, right. Let's- There we go. Hopefully that's better. Thank you for letting us know.
Yeah.
Oh, way louder. Whoops.
Oh.
Did the opposite. Big dumbo. Okay, there we go. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Does this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yes, that one that was in the safe.
Meatballs. What? Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it's like there's somebody getting married in my brain. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Don't crack it. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
I can piece this together. Have we been carrying that whole urn with us, too?
I guess so.
What the fuck? I'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Goes. Now, where could that fit?
Yeah. He's got real deep pockets.
There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But
Hey guys, get a load of this!
get a load of this.
What is it?
He's got a copy of Metroid Prime 2 Echoes in his desk drawer. This is awesome. You want to play?
I don't know why I was giving him
This piece you just attached is different from the others. This looks like the work of Shadow Mario.
There's a reddish one.
There's a reddish line on it.
There's a radish on it. A reddish line.
I'm gonna turn our gain up just a skosh, I think. There we go. Hopefully that's even better audio. Who knows? Owaga.
That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
I hate this jar.
It's such a bad jar.
Look, it has a hole going both ways through. It's definitely just being held upside down all the time. There's no way it's supposed to go skinny and down.
Yeah. Bad jar. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here.
It's not that hard to make out. It's like blood.
The piece the chief has is different, though. Bloodstains on the other pieces are just spots. This one's a line.
It is odd.
We use luminol on it?
Yeah.
Nope.
Cool.
Don't you give me those puppy dog eyes, Gumshoe.
I'm sad.
These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf of Chrono Trigger.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Meatballs.
At the Millennial Fair.
Dried bloodstains turn brown after some time. They sure do. But I think that they were like, we're just gonna keep them red so that people don't think
know
they're
that
anything
they're
else.
This shit same pot. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
Oh, Call of the Void.
This is the 15th.
I know, I was just saying.
Hey, what?
Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
To self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that.
This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
Not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
Nope. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Come on, buddy. Come on.
Oh, I need to lay down.
Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold.
I have COVID.
Occasionally we hear him playing with it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
The second floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
The detective screws up. The chief calls them to his office. Makes them watch him play the organ for hours.
Why? What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears.
In fact, blood turns brown because it gets rusty.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're powered by rust.
which is
Core of dead stars. So that's pretty neat.
That's pretty cool.
So it's an instrument of punishment, really.
Aren't the chief's ears affected?
Meatballs. He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point.
Speaking of point, here's a halberd.
Real deal, isn't it? The armor and these weapons.
I don't think that's a halberd, actually, but, you know. It's a bit short for a halberd.
It's a hell check.
Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. There's a dead knight in there and everything.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? We were paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
Well, I didn't hear that.
You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh, be careful of what you might say that the IRS is listening to.
You're supposed to say the IRA.
Who knows? The chief may be hiding in his armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
I feel like...
And to that knight himself, he did.
Just gooshing and scooshing some luminol.
Well, my whole office smells like luminol now. That's weird. Bitch, you haven't cleaned the floor until you
Apparently.
dust the table, but you don't clean the floor?
Oh, this area must have been covered in blood.
Is this from that incident?
It must be. Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull.
A murder really did take place here.
Well, neat, I guess. Just always there, puppy dog eyes. I think present the photo because it might be Marshall's jacket.
Yeah.
I'm fired. I won't be able to give you any information, so that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, detective. We do want you to share your information,
Come to me
though.
through fire and war. I welcome.
The Lanham Corps, thank you for following.
Thank you for the follow.
Congrats on being the 690th follower.
Nice.
Very nice. And to go till 700. Exciting. Tentacle.
Oh, my phone. I've never had anything useful to share to begin with. I'm a trash bin.
Oh, yes. Gladly.
Yeah, got to stay positive. What is this fucking Flintstones looking
I
phone?
know.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Gotta be that big to fit his organ there.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. With that paper he was reading in his desk. I know what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence.
A list of evidence.
A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? This L9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what...
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long.
Right, I guess there was a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence.
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
List of evidence.
A list of evidence.
What would the other half of this list of evidence be doing here?
I knew it. Chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so.
Yes, let's have a look at that. You know, the list of evidence. The list with the evidence.
Evidence for...
What?
Oh, cool.
Huh.
this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. Oh, it's the sketch Lana drew.
What is it? Did you find something? It sure is.
Let me get out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
Horns. I better not forget about this picture.
Neat. Got to figure out something to show Gumshoe to make him give us that leather swarch.
Yeah. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Yeah, I know what that is. So, you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh. Meatballs.
Meatballs.
What are you two doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
Meatballs. It's not your fingerprints we want to take?
Huh? No. Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth, and once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
Are you my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with.
What?
What?
Oh. Yeah,
Oh.
the haunted computer. I know that we did cover the whole thing as a bit last time, but as I recall, it was just about necessary.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
I gave it my best shot.
That result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
It doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then. Middle knife. A good emote on Natural 20. Ooh. Beautiful.
Yeah.
God.
Come on.
Just dump the whole fucking jar out, why don't you?
Oh. Oh.
Now that's definitely all just fake, right? All of this, that animation.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Is she the murderer?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Hey, you, over here.
You're Heart of the High Elves.
What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Meatballs. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record.
Alright then.
The desk on the other side of the room. Is that your sister's? Yeah, we've been over that.
Yeah, that was where I was waiting for Lana. That day, 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
A strange reason I'll leave it here.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party.
Cheerful guy.
Yeah. Of course, he was pretty fucking drunk at the time. Let's see.
So ever since Lana left, no one touches that desk?
I really want to know if the pipe organ was there before, or if he got that installed.
Yeah, right.
I want to accept Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Well, why do you ask?
I don't think... Nah, he wouldn't be... No. He was. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
What is it?
I wouldn't tell you don't worry about it. It's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go with that.
Oops, sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think... Nah. That maybe... No. Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
To the void with you.
Yeah.
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this.
Hey, come on, pal. This is the part where you say just one more thing.
What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? You can't.
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Unfortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, it happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Did you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to kill all of you. I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. Sir. Now, get out!
Oh.
Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too, then.
Wait, you, the one with the without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright!
Now, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off his limits.
Yeah, Damon's tie is so fucking weird.
Yeah.
I know, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
How does the horizontalness of the tie work? How
I
does
know,
that
it's got like
operate?
an additional bow tie, like quarter way down the length of his tie.
Mhm.
You said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Well, now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why is she kept eerily silent about it this time?
Anyway, you listening to me?
Horizontal portion wraps around his body is kind of a harness. Fair enough.
Oh, dang. I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. Pew, pew, pew.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
Well, he was thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
I've already told you all I can.
You've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
Meatballs. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
It's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Showing evidence isn't going to do me any good now. Why not? Gotta get Lana to tell me everything she's hiding.
Mr. Wright, you're evolving by leaps and bounds. I'm starting to see the hunger in your eyes. Wow.
Hey. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, and yet there was no incriminating evidence.
No, he said I gave good head and was dummy thick.
Oh yeah, that does sound right. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual who's given you some kind of truth poison.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. Not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
Balls. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
Well, Miss Skye?
Meatballs. Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to beans the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
Me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, but also one other, Damon Gant.
Meatballs. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I
just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for it?
Meatballs. Touchy, Mr. Wright.
I was hoping you would say touchy.
It's as you summarized. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
The murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Toupee, Mr. Wright. Wig snatched. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. Trunk's lock was broken. I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
Murder weapon? You mean Edward's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
Knife from Mansell 9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
Couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
That is the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes. Seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So you hid Dark's knife?
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. Word got out, which it would. The reporters would have a field day with that.
You wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
Didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
Bad feeling.
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gent, first thing I did was make a phone call. Phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. At least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card. It seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. Well, you're spinning around in that chair a whole lot.
Mr. Wright.
Mr. Wright.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Gotta get to the bottom of everything.
It's me, I'm the bottom of everything.
Goodman's a real murderer. What went down in the chief's office 2 years ago?
Hey, last day of the case.
Last days of the case.
Oh.
This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if...
Something's been happening behind the scenes.
Edgeworth.
Knowing you, you've already figured it out. who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is. That is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
Brutal. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it.
I figured you'd say as much.
She didn't do it.
That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
She didn't do it. The first time he's ever done something. Lana's hiding something. The only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you.
Meatballs?
If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
Meatballs. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright.
This is it. I'm never gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her. It's now.
Oh boy. Peas and carrots, peas and carrots.
Hey, bitches, it's me again.
I'm back!
Court's now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The current time is 5:02 p.m.
Yeah, you're correct.
Yay, I did
It's
it.
going.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement.
Hmm?
Before that, let's have a little dance number. The police chief has a proposal to make.
You're welcome, Chief Gant. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, G, been back to the pool yet?
Oh, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
I'm getting married to Uji. Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel like she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I will be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Okay.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Merry Christmas beans to you too, Chipmunk Cyborg.
No, Lana! Does she have like a... Oh, those are her hands.
What
I think she had like a hole in the back of her. Just to show off my prosecutor tramp stamp.
God?
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana...
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven the case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. But indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial.
even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for this verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant... Objection.
Eh? One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm?
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gent.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
Meatballs.
Ron will have to move this to another room because Edgeworth's huge balls have cracked the floor around.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Ms. Emma Skye. A request that the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Ms. Skye. Meatballs? The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. It's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Ms. Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. Saying that in a court of law should be reason to start investigating the guy.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you're going to live to regret this. Yeah, that's kind of suspicious. Why would you say that? 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
Stop.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Cookman. It's an incident that was resolved 2 years ago. Really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Meatballs.
Meatballs?
Well, okay then.
Meatball sub would go down so smooth.
Oh my god, I'm so...
Yeah. I don't know if I want Taco Bell or something else. I do have turkey. Ground turkey.
It's true.
Anyway.
You sure gave in fast.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The yesteryear has finally begun. Bound to lead the truth behind this trial.
You can go into Wawa on Christmas Eve. Fair. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
It's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. What does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
Meatballs. That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
Okay.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gent. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office. That's right. But speaking of great pair, we don't have the judge's big naturals on
That's
this,
true.
on this computer.
Unfortunate.
I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ.
Okay, well, that answers my question.
I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. He lost his boobs.
His boobs. And what is a man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Sorry. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Almost forgot about Gant. Who's he again?
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
Lights!
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
Electricity went out.
Wait a minute. It's pitch dark in that room. You shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. And that sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
Detective.
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
Picture. Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Yes, would you mind if we added the statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
I would mind. No. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That town. Silent Hill. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, but I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? Man. Well, no reason not to.
Yeah. Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Udgy didn't lose his boops, he's just wearing a binder today. We stand a non-binary king.
Non-binary regent.
Non-binary monarch, yes, you're right. My bad.
This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. It was really good. And yet you would insist on denying its existence.
Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
The evidence list for the SO9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn. Ah, what's this?
Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. One's about to draw on the other with a piece of chalk.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
You make this somebody's being murdered with a wee mojo.
He wasn't wearing the attached wrist strap. Very dangerous, huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. It's two lists, put together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What? What?
Order, order! Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. This list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor?
You alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
The evidence list was torn in half.
I just look like that, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I'm a pug.
And there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Balls?
Yes, it's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see.
Anything wrong?
Just really enjoying this sandwich. You don't even have to ask.
Yeah, 2 years and never looked at the back of it. What the fuck, dude? Alright, Your Honor. I had peanut brittle in my teeth. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It is a big penis.
Popcorn kernel
that-
stuck in my molar
that
for the
thing.
last 2 years. Oh my god.
Meatballs. It's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the
Oh
work of
my
a certain chief of
God,
detectives.
that's what it's based on? I hate this. He was on a scrap paper.
Meatballs.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
I'm gonna take a good little look at that.
It's the fucking pot from Top Down.
Oh, it sure fucking is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. Why is it up there? It's kind of the pot.
Kind of a pot.
Yeah. Huh? Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Oh, Emma. She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
Emma's picture.
I'd wooed days.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. Ghostly asks, are you two having a good day? Yeah, we
we're
are.
having a pretty good day.
We had some cereal for breakfast and called my phone. Yeah. Heard more about my dad's crimes.
Yeah.
Oh, good times. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. Clearly shows Doe Jark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Meatballs.
Defense may now begin its cross-examination.
But is it, though?
Did you draw this picture right after the incident? Picture?
What?
It's a picture.
Yeah.
Y'all drew this picture.
That sounds normal. Picture.
Picture.
Don't say it like that. I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
3 days later. Memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. Can you please tell us why this picture's painted all black?
He didn't hand me like a box of Crayola crayons, asshole. He had a pen. At the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who'd come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
Hold, please.
Oh, okay.
Can we mute us real quick?
Oh, sure. We'll be back. We're back.
Sorry about that. I got a phone call. I just want to make sure it wasn't important. And it wasn't.
They're trying to get a hold of you about your car's extended warranty.
No, it was just they texted me like, hey, you got an appointment with your psych on Wednesday. And then they just called me to say, hey, you got an appointment with your psych on Wednesday.
Neat.
I know I do. Busy. Exactly.
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
I mean, you didn't see the actual murder take place.
No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
Yes. What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture... This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course! This is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. Watch out, or he might find some way to cut my side.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well...
Meatballs.
Strange. Claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. Yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
Is there?
They weren't oily blob men. Is it that it's only half of the picture?
I'm not sure. What's the contradiction here? Like, is this what we need to present at this point? Oh. Fuck it. Nope.
This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in your statement, Amaguga.
Yabahoo, wabba weeba wabba.
Amagoose.
Nip, baba hooba boop, peeba.
The actual contradiction here is kind of a stretch. Yeah. Oh, stabbed in the back.
Stabbed in the back. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this witness drew a picture. It contains a blatant contradiction.
What?
A blatant contradiction.
Oh, okay. But I still remember it was just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out the contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
I mean, that kind of?
I think it's, this part here?
Nope, asshole, you're wrong. Mom up it disapproves.
Because the drawing stinks!
Meatballs.
Meatballs.
Meatballs. Mr. Wright, how could you?
Quit your day job, kid.
The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty.
I guess it means I shouldn't shift the blame to others.
Yes, well, so long as the defense has learned his lesson.
Better take another look at that autopsy report in this picture.
Mr. Wright, wrong. Do it better. I guess down a little bit more into like the chestal area.
Maybe, or maybe like here?
Oh.
Huh.
Contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at that knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
What? The...
It's just this.
I just... what the fuck?
What?
Stupid dumb video game.
I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
Stabbed him with a rule.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
I recall the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that it was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so shrimple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, the And the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Ah! What's the meaning of this? Why are we all screaming all the time?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
Right. What does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she should remember correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
I sure wish people would stop picking up peanut butter in the corner.
Not so fast, monsieur. You've forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, Wright.
My God, who left this here? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. Damn it, I'm so mad I'm gonna get up.
Arg!
I'm so mad. So mad I could do a bit about it.
Order! 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 Are you saying that the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor. Where are you going?
What?
Where are you? I'm so alone.
Your Honor?
Chat, she just had a big spoonful of peanut butter. Why? Fair enough.
Order, Honor.
How much peanut butter did you put in your mouth?
What?
Christ!
Order, Honor. Order, that boy, the investor took president.
Oh, Christ.
The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day.
Hey, Val. You got here at the perfect time. Oh, God. Actually, Val, now that you're here, I have to tell you. So I was calling my folks today, and you remember I told you that story about how they got rid of they got rid of my mum's broken down old Mini by pushing it over a cliff. Turns out there are 2 further Minis buried on my parents' property. They they crushed one down. Apparently my dad attacked the bodywork with an axe until it was smushable enough and buried it in the car park there. And another one got a similar treatment and was then used, had cement poured over it, and was used as a foundation for his garden shed. I don't know why my family does this. I don't know what it was.
Cruelty.
Oh, I just thought, I gotta tell Val about this. They'll enjoy that in a horrible way. Isn't that littering? But I mean, it's on their own property. So,
Yeah.
like the one that they pushed over a cliff, yeah, that's very, very littering, I think.
Yeah.
But also the stuff that they just buried, I just think that's probably okay.
Mm-hmm. Somebody in archaeologists are gonna find that or something with ground penetrating radar and see the shape of a crushed car and be like, oh, there's a body in this motherfucker for sure.
Wait, hang on. I mean, we did also discuss how my dad, I said to my dad, oh yeah, I remember you telling me a story about how you put small explosives in the mud flats of the Mersey, and he's like, no, it was big explosives that left a crater 5 foot wide.
You didn't happen to lose any annoying neighbors at the same time, did you?
No, I didn't grow up on the Mersey. The Mersey's right about where my dad grew up. Oh, God. Yeah, he was complaining that, then the IRA happens and you couldn't really play with explosives anymore.
Those assholes.
Oh, I love my dad.
Oh.
Such a weirdo.
After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark
Want to take another run at that?
Dojark fled the room.
Sure.
Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Jark. It's my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. Meatballs. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives?
A broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? The witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. So please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. It's the only way.
Take a look at this.
Here's the real murder weapon.
I'm an attorney.
It was me. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the...
Wait, that's my line, right?
Sorry, Edgeworth.
This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Nope. I'm scared.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you just pee-pee?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Don't worry, I pee-pee here all the time.
God.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall's holding?
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Surprised it could be removed.
Yeah.
Order me some burgers.
Neil Marshall was awarded prosecutor's.
That's okay
As
then.
an award, she was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh.
Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
True. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Yes.
Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
This list. We've already checked it twice. The one with that picture scribbled on the back.
Meatballs. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
Yeah.
What?
You drew that? Yeah.
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Very good music.
What you talking about? perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting.
No one liked the blue badger. I like the blue badger. I saw that man raise his knife. I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw Blue Badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Shadow the Badger?
Shadow the badger.
This is certainly most unusual. Did he have a gun?
Try impossible. The Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed... The Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
Think. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Thanks, bud.
Yes, well, the...
Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further.
Lana.
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. Huh? We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Olive,
Whack his pee-pee.
please detain the defendant.
See, we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
Okay.
Are you sure about this?
Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the Chief of Detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
Shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with the winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. It had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
May well be. What's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? What is this Blue Badger really? Blue Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike.
God, what if we present the Blue Badger? I want to know what would happen so bad. It probably doesn't have its own
Probably not.
thing, but it would be so funny.
Oh, God.
Can we spare the health bar?
Yeah, okay. Down to clown.
Thank you. Behold! In her confusion, the witness mistook this for the Blue Badger.
The only person mistaking anything around here is you.
Huh?
Doesn't look anything like that.
You dumb shit!
You dumb idiot bastard.
Oh, give me a second here. I better take another look at the evidence from every angle. It didn't even exist.
Okay, back on this bullshit. Yeah, the blue badger doesn't look like the blue badger. What the fuck?
He's been blind this whole time. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
To show them the correct angle to look at this from. I think the neck is the top horn.
Ooh, yeah, you're right. Oh, hydrate? Yeah, okay.
You can do that all day. Bring it forward anymore? Ooh. This is stressful because you don't know how precise the game needs you to be.
Yeah, right. I'm glad we get to hear this song too.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that way up.
No. Either like... See, the side horns are hooked down.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
What
do you mean?
Allow me to remind the defense that case hinges on the witness's drawing. Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew. We cannot accept his claim.
That was fucking perfect.
Yeah, I'm glad they didn't penalize us for this,
Yeah.
otherwise we'd be screwed. You just want us to look at it from the top? Kinda, I guess.
Certainly not. That was... It's so much farther off. Gotta be there.
Yeah, that seems just about
seems
right, right?
Just about perfect.
A little more. Yeah, finally. That was pretty much the same exact angle we had before.
Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger.
Oh. It can't be.
Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blatcher witnessed on this crime day was actually...
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains.
Though we all enjoyed watching him stand there for 30 minutes rotating a jar.
Was he rotating it in his mind, or was he rotating in front of the court? Be like, there we go. What's your point?
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed? Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know that the witness saw this jar? The location, because look at that. There's the suit of armor. There's the jar. There was no suit of armor where the big bloody pool was.
True. But they did still both take place in the office.
Yeah,
I
but
could have. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
at a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gaines.
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying that the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
You know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
No, Hart.
Finally figured it out. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now, tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact man we knocked into a wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more, that's not how the song goes.
Number 5.
The man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit?
Suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy I know about time conjugation.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility.
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless... Boss, I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, the matter.
Events took place as the defense theorizes, and the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Amos Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Thud. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances...
Joe Dart murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Ema? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edward, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence? What's that?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
Well, we can't get dead people to testify. Not since Maya's gone. It's all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Ghost goose.
Goose.
Ghosts.
Touchy, Mr. Sky. Blech. Touchy, Ms. Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
Well, you mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible.
Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A massage from the deceased. Is it creepy?
Oh,
Does such a message exist?
ghost
I
hands.
think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Very uplifting massage if it's from the deceased. I'm kidding. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Meatballs. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Well then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence. Conveys a message from the deceased.
Gotta be this, right?
Yeah. This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
Yes.
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
Like everyone's forgotten, this is just a jar. Message was left here on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
It looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Meatballs. Nope.
Meatballs.
Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there's a line here. Drawn in blood.
So, what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Remember, this trial must be very tired to make that mistake. Yeah, this is a very tiring trial. Long 3 days.
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly.
I'm so happy for the char's transition into the blue badger.
He used the few precious moments left to him, to leave to him, to us a message. That to him, to him.
One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
No.
I'm running out of fingernail to eat.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal the answer. Connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. To whom it may concern.
Yeah.
How are you? I am fine. Well, I guess not really.
Yeah. Ruh-roh.
Oh no.
Ruh-roh, Phoenix.
attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. For all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this.
We have been trying to.
Ugh.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Well, that's pretty fucked up. Of all people, she may not have meant it. But in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Sky. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you.
I'm afraid I'm not very seaworthy.
Too many holes.
Chief Gent.
You understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not?
Gak.
Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. Oops. I'm afraid that's not important. And you know, we are defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. The law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. That means I can lie as much as I fucking want, assholes. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office?
He might have sent an innocent man to his death.
How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Why are we all eating the helium out of these balloons?
Order, goddammit!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial's headed, no one knows.
Oh boy. To the monkey bars. Wee, wee.
Wee! I'm the judge, I get first dibs on the swing set. Wahoo! Wahoo!
Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Meatballs.
Meatballs.
Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Remember that one cop who fucked up real bad on the slide? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah. The internet was good for like a day or two.
Mm-hmm. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. To top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. What?
Evidence law for dumbos.
Yeah, what the fuck? Evidence law? I was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1. Do not talk about evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without the proper... No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
Can't confirm, I have to go pee.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's like so bad though.
just you and me for a bit then, chat. I hope y'all are doing good. I've still got kind of a crick in my neck. I slept weird, I think. be a very tiny book if it only talks about 2 rules. Yeah, I think books in this universe are kind of weird. Like, the whole ass reports and such that are summarized in 3 pages. Yeah, these laws will never be referenced or followed again. You're making a roux. Oh, hell yeah. We were making a roux for our gumbo the other night. Didn't really get to the paste stage. It kind of it stayed in the kind of gooey stage, which was okay. I mean, it worked out as fucking delicious in the end, but one of these days we'll do a cooking stream. Making mac and cheese. Oh, fuck yes. If you're making a roux for it, that means it's good stuff as well. Doing your cheese sauce from scratch. God, I got sent a recipe for mac and cheese that called for like, I feel like 30 or 40 bucks worth of different types of cheeses, and I was like, I really want to make this, but also, my god. Hello? Are you cold? A little bit. I could do with that door being closed, I think. Your roommate's cat's visiting you? Oh. You know what?
What?
It's my turn to pee.
Okay. You already got what you want during this investigation.
I have a bladder the size of a walnut.
Cool.
It's experimental. You've not done it before. Ooh, well, I hope it goes good.
Well, Sleet and Sleet Alone show again. I don't have that much. I already blew my. So I like mac and cheese. It's good. It's got like macaroni and it's got cheese in it, and I like it. Okay, I finished. Been getting in a Kerbal Space program again. We finally gave the second one a try because it's had some big updates and it kind of works now. Oh, what's my favorite pasta shape? Ooh. That's a good question. I guess I really haven't thought about it. I kind of like bow ties, not because they're especially amazing, but they're cute. And I like them because they're cute. Otherwise, it's just big long spaghetti noodles, so you can get just like a giant bite that you can barely wrap your lips around. Ah. Just had a weird dream a bit ago about being in a court public square, presenting a speaker, and hanging out with Toby Fox. How's the court? It's about that. It's about the same as that. I think Toby Fox is in the jury. We haven't seen him though, but he's there. Hello, Kitchenator. How are you doing? I am so hungry. I hope Phoenix has a genius moment and finishes this up like now so I can go eat. I'm going to die. I'm going to die.
Did you mention Kerbal Space Program?
I did.
Excited to play more of it.
Yeah, I managed last night to make a geostationary satellite array, which felt pretty cool.
I did some surgery on my laptop as well. Let me tell you, I am not buying a ultralight laptop again in any great hurry. Because holy shit, the performance I had to do to get the keyboard replaced on this thing, it is very much not designed for any kind of replaceable parts. Like, there's some bits of this laptop you can get in easy and replace or upgrade, like the SSD and the RAM, but keyboard? No. I had to, like, pop off a million little plastic rivets to get that off of its backplate, and then I had to pry up the entire touchpad assembly because it was glued down to the old keyboard assembly, and the new keyboard assembly didn't come with a touchpad, so... Ugh. But it's done, and I can actually use my laptop as a laptop again, because,
Yay.
you know, half the keys are no longer non-functional. Anyways, Phoenix Wright.
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. You'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped in the pocket. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though.
Let's have a look through this. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Alright.
More of a brochure than it.
Yeah.
You know. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
Is this case again? Hi, Izzy. Yeah.
eh.
We kept putting off this, finishing off this case, but... Ugh.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
The remaining 198 pages are for drawing pictures of your teacher with a stupid mustache. Haven't you figured it out, Wright? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And when Sky found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. Now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. What? Late boss. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people, and it's time to bring it to an end.
Boy. What? Piece of carrots, piece of carrots.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
the inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties on for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for the witness, but I'm about to die, I guess. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain.
Boss,
You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and...
8 balls. Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
Solution.
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? There's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
boss, unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
It's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright,
Boss,
you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
defense calls. It's time to finally come to bring out the real murderer. Meekin. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gantz to the stand.
Damon Gant. What does he have to do with anything?
False. As the defense partner 2 years ago, defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gantz has.
It's okay, honey.
Oh, I have a sip of water real quick. Talking is hard.
This game's all talking. We've got so many more games in this series to go
I
through.
know. Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime.
Oh, hydrate? Yeah, okay.
Just did, but I'll do it again. Why not?
Oh.
I feel we should share.
Uh-huh.
It's so hard, everybody. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Molly, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
And whack his pee-pee.
Whack his organ.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Meatballs, fine. My name is Damon Gant, and I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all this. Meatballs. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. Meatballs. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true?
Afraid so. Chief Police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Like this pistol I have right here.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, the witness may now begin his testimony.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Oh, righto and edgy. I have access to that chemical factory, so don't push your luck.
Big chemical is attack.
Is that when Dark was arrested?
Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
See, everything seems pretty clear cut.
The police chief has the right to refuse to testify. I'd better hit him hard and fast. Boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, bop, boop, beep, boop, bop, boop, boop, beep, bop. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Pelvic pinochle, some might call it. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had bahu galawiwawa.
Really?
How can you know that? because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
Well, that means you found the body near Lana's desk.
How come we didn't get any blood reaction
I know, right? Weird.
on the armor spear? That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes.
Meatballs.
Anyway. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter the circumstances. What really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright.
Me?
If you're going to stare at anything, you're better off staring at the court record.
Worthy, always the smooth talker.
Yeah, I would have thought there would be a reaction on the spear. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but did he replace the spear? You would think it would be on the ground around it too.
Yeah.
Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forger? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Oh, I've got to link Gant to the incident.
I didn't press on a couple of these points, so I guess.
As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say we got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went to his heart.
Jesus, dude.
It's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Bikadu, Wadaharahe, Badaruda, Alakadu, Waga Waga Wiga. It's bumpy.
I mean, presenting the jar, maybe?
Yeah, if he didn't have anything to do with the forgery, he wouldn't have hit that stuff.
Or this, even.
That actually might be what they're looking for. Yeah.
Nice.
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example.
That's the list Emma Skye drew her picture on.
This was discovered in your desk by somebody. Not only that, but a piece of the jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe by somebody.
Found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Oh my god.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this?
Oh! I'm 1/3 of Santa. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Couldn't be. Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Well, prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured Dick will receive his due punishment.
What?
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he's already been fired.
I thought so, yeah.
He'll end up paying no work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and in relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
Rest assured Dick will be punished in due time. God.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
Evidence and burglary.
Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor.
when investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I'm chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Udgy. In return, though...
I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic?
Okay.
What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. Concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery. Not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
Hey, Ray, good to see you.
I don't know. It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sent. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right.
What?
The Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Telling you something I don't know. Come now, Righto. I think I'm ready to bring you to the chemical factory. Think about it.
I mean... like... that would have to have been found, right? Because it had the writing on it?
Yeah.
Nope. But
He also didn't mention the swatch of clothing with the tampering on it.
Yeah.
How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent.
Meatballs.
Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
Not sure I care for the word murder here. In the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was in the sky. Meatballs.
Well, now do you see? Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you reap from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police.
Oh,
Resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, oh, that's a good one. You really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. Resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth?
He has become fully Santa! Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Already found all of the Santa emeralds, which are just pieces of coal. Be careful when pointing at a finger, you might up being the one pointed at.
Oh my god, he killed Santa. We've got to
Oh no!
arrest him. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
by all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
There's plenty in it for you. You had a
Nothing in it for you?
puppet in the fucking prosecutor's
Yeah,
office.
exactly. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
I'm kind of a sociopath. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
Yeah, even when he's trying to absolve himself, he's going fully mask off on being a douchebag.
Yeah.
Dude sucks.
I suck too much to have done this crime.
Yeah.
Haha.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. There has been something in it for him. His selfishness. Would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Meatballs.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chaff Geent may have helped forge your evidence?
Lana,
Why,
right?
Officer Meekins, of course.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant?
Meatballs. I believe it's quite obvious, in light of the circumstances. Miss Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events.
Like Lemony Snicket.
Like Lemony Snicket. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is of profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean? He's not a prophet, he's a chief.
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
You mean to tell me that, despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
Just the whole courtroom.
Wow, that was impressive.
Thank you.
How did you do that?
2 hands.
Oh.
Oh, wait. You must mean puppet has enforced someone to do his bidding.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Meatballs. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. You accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible! My heart hasn't beaten double digits per minute in a long time. This is really freaking me out.
Meatballs. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating.
Either of you actually watch your own tongues, i.e. stick your tongue far out enough to see it without a mirror.
Yeah, I'll see it.
Just the tip, but I can see it.
My nose and cheeks get in the way.
Hello. Hello, Tommy.
I'm tying it now. Nope, not even the peripheral.
So beautiful.
I love her so much.
Oh, that was so wet.
Oh, God.
What Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. Not that you would need that, Raj, or anything, but
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
This is the method to make the girl make funny noises and faces, and it works.
Yay!
Hooray!
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Meatballs. Question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Shh.
Want to turn? We've got his ID number on that list.
Yeah.
We've got the screwdriver's probably not going to do it, but
That check-in of Bruce Goodman was someone else. That was
right, yeah, that was Marshall.
Marshall. Conceivable that at 4:20, nice. The chief entered with Goodman,
Yeah,
but that's not really conclusive.
no. Broken switchblade is possible.
Mm-hmm. 4:20, not so nice. What tie is this? Jeb Bates?
Huh?
You got debated.
Ah.
It's not anything.
I kind of feel like that.
The knife?
It's either the knife or the list of wipes.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, the ID card record.
Let's give it a shot.
That's the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
I think you had one too many sevens.
I don't think I did. An odd number.
Primus.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number.
But what? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits. You don't mean?
Afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that
I
list.
think you were one short that time.
I'm gonna throw you off a balcony. Oh, he's pissed now. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order, order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Balls. Nothing. The defense and search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Balls.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room? The day of the crime?
Balls. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, same thing to me. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
I can go anywhere else. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do at the evidence room.
Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
I hadn't seen him in days. Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. Not a bathroom. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime,
Chief Gant,
we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us the proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Seems pretty conclusive, right?
yeah?
We should be more solid in this.
That day, Detective Goodman had to go to see Chief Gant.
Try to interrupt your mumblings, but the court is waiting. Boom.
Why don't you come meet with me tomorrow? Perhaps we could write up your letter of termination.
Regardless, you did see Detective Goodman that day.
Okay.
Civilians.
221. Murders on 221.
Yeah.
That's
He
not
didn't have
solid.
his ID badge, so he would have needed somebody to come in with him.
It's true.
That
And
doesn't prove it was Gant.
is there...
Is it maybe the screwdriver? Because he would have needed to have taken that out of the evidence room?
That was... I think Edgeworth brought that back. Yeah, Edgeworth
Okay,
was the one
yeah,
that transported that. Hmm. I mean, I think that the only thing that we've really got is... It's gotta be either the missing item report or the ID card.
Yeah.
There we go.
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Oh, didn't think about that, right. Yet you are in possession of the report.
I'm
which
very smart.
means you can't be sure if he filed it. You filed it. How do I know, you ask? I do ask. Because he needed to enter the evidence from that day.
Needed to.
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh,
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next.
Next line is...
Your next line is, I, Chalupa Paloopa, murdered the Goopa. Yeah, that is what I was going to say, actually. It's pretty impressive. Meatballs. Exactly.
but wait, there's more. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible.
But
According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you'd really lent to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Whoa!
whoa!
Holy shit!
Chief Gant, are you fucking okay, dude? Like, what the fuck? Balls.
The rogue Pikachu just thundershocked him. He's going Super Saiyan.
I knew he was an electric type Pokemon gym leader. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. For the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
A screwdriver.
How could the chief have moved the body?
Whoa, sorry, I got real young there for a second. Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
I'm an attorney. No.
The screwdriver used to be a lot bigger. He used it to catapult him over. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A hammer? But what does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here.
Baru, Belahuga.
It's here because... Balls. Ah! I was asked to go, by Chief Gant nonetheless. I mean, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did.
But you
Yes,
did.
you did. Because Chief Gant had asked you to.
You mean, I...
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
hadn't established that already?
What a weird passive voice to use.
Yeah.
WB reference, yeah.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? Meatballs. Yeah, they established it was found in the car, not that it was moved.
True.
There's only one plausible explanation. Transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Orper, what's going on here? Where am I? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office.
Think of this
Think of
photograph.
this photograph. This was not a photo of a body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up.
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. And your magniloquent... The theme song is playing again.
Yeah.
Remember what I told you earlier? Police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like gun, shoot, boom, boom, boom. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
You're going to just run away after all this.
Run away. Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
Say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police.
Many weapons like order ball of smash people.
This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor,
do you have any concrete proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body?
do I have any concrete proof?
Do we?
Apparently we do. I mean, we wouldn't be here, but I mean, murder weapon seems important, although I don't know how that's proof.
Yeah.
You can't just say we don't have proof. I can't imagine that that's the right way to go.
Well, that's the thing. The evidence law is like, it must be relevant to the case on trial, so...
Hmm.
There we go.
Well, use of showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself? No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. C.I.G.
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Edgy. I'll leave the rest to you. Pew pew pew.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Swag! Oh, they tricked you out with the health bar.
They sure fucking did. He can just go yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Lady Luck, huh? Maybe we should have a word with her.
That's right. I'll call Lady Luck to the stand.
Yeah.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
Lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the only one calling witnesses today. The kangaroo court. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Keeper is.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Bruce Goodman. Surely he would know what happened.
Yeah.
Well, we've been down that road before, and you know how well that turned out. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in rear.
Hold on.
Oh,
Oh.
Chief Gat, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana. You know, Lana, I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
Balls.
It's not suspicious that I'm, like, threatening you
Yeah,
here
right.
on the fucking witness stand. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Oh, this isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Well, he did it. All's okay if there aren't any further objections. The court is now in recess.
I feel it, Edgeworth. Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Chief, need something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Oh, don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. In your office. My office. Sure. I'll take place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Oh God, please.
What do you mean? Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, Wright.
No,
Remember what the judge said?
no.
But, Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that?
Be partners with Gumshoe, if you know what I mean. I do.
Yeah.
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too?
Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
Oh, she heard everything that's been going on. I'm sure she gets free hugs from me. Absolutely. What a precious man. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah, I finally know what really happened.
Now I finally know what it's like to kill someone.
I think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. Forced herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do.
Must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. Don't blame anyone. Blame society, pal. You made it a crime to shove somebody into a night you can kill him.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. He can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here?
No. I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Boy, oh boy.
She really said final act. This is a play to him.
Yeah.
Oh. This is my favorite part.
This is the part where you lie down and bleed to death.
That's cool, I think. It's true.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Shoots you with an arrow.
I get it. Ms. Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Meatballs.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. Remember, you are under oath. You want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Meatballs. My voice is gonna get all kinds of scrumbled with 3 characters on the go.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, right.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only one chance to get with Gant to get. Oh, God.
Well done, honey. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana...
Is it true? Then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
What if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Meatballs. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip.
Meatballs.
I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And?
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. You wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana!
That's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
You say you did this all by yourself.
Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
What crime?
Meatballs. It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible.
Meatballs.
The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's knife. Emphasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. Oh, that's new. I broke the tip off Dark's knife, planted inside the wound, and then moved the body.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. Meatballs.
My head isn't that bad, but I ought to ask for the sake of the others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it where it was. It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. Like she was just doing before I interrupted.
Yeah, right.
The reason this guy moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Yes, let's ask the other question here.
Yeah. Why did you do that?
Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Meatballs.
Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. Reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife.
I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. God, it changes what's in there.
Oh, are you kidding me? According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right?
Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound.
Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. Let's get the jar in there again.
Pieces of the jar. You mean...
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
See.
Meatballs.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Yeah, because, like...
If it was broken, he wouldn't have been able to write Emma's name.
Exactly. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
I mean, the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered.
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. Oops.
Contradiction? In my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
That's right.
Problem with that?
A simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Ah!
He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Arguer!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical.
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony.
Meatballs. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. But to be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
I mean, you were the one who wiped away the message in blood.
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
You didn't.
Yeah. How could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go in case I need to freshen my breath. I never miss anything. I got every last piece.
I mean, clearly not.
So, I guess we present.
Yeah. Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
Can we present that already as being the case?
Yeah.
I knew it. She really didn't know.
She's not been paying attention.
I guess not. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
The witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped blood off of it.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
Oh shit. I always carry a flashlight and camera does date the game a bit. Yeah.
Just a bit.
I always carry a flashlight and a camera. Yeah, me too. It's called my phone.
Yeah.
Couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. Pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
May well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Do you believe that?
Yes. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
Hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years?
Read behold.
Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No!
What is he doing?
He's got into the peanut butter.
Now he's dead. Okay.
Wait! I'm not the one on trial here!
Christ. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar, purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
Why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
So, there's something that I'm unclear on.
Uh-huh.
Because Emma had seen that jar at a particular angle,
Yeah.
right? I thought, given that it was drawn above them, that somebody had thrown the jar.
Yeah, right? Or I don't know. It's weird. It was suspended, except that it wasn't.
Yeah,
Very
it
clearly.
wasn't. Unless she was in there and watched Gant throw it.
Maybe? That seems
Why he
wild,
would have
also.
just, like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, in any case.
Yeah, I love how they've basically teamed up at this point. It's
Yeah.
really good.
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Ms. Skye became the chief's puppet. Whoa.
Ow!
No! I did it on my own. Please, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Oh, lies. Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth.
What the fuck? Meatballs. Wait a minute. What if... we're smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, Please testify once more.
But
Evidence was fabricated behind your back, and Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
The sky, if you will.
Meatballs. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Meatballs? This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Meatballs. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
I'm beginning to hate testimonies. Constantly wrong. All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
Are the girls buffering for anyone else? Oh
No.
god, I hope not. I think we're fine. We've not dropped any frames. When will a witness be punished for straight up lying? That'd be...
As soon as I finished writing up, like, criminal law.
yeah. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dart were laying unconscious on the floor nearby. I saw what had happened. I thought, she did it. That's why I raised all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Had Chief Gant helped me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword.
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Meatballs. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from it.
Oh, I know, Sir Rono. Let's check that evidence again. I'm gonna just... There must be a picture in there somewhere. Yo. Oh,
Hey, there's a picture here.
oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, as I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest, could that be...
Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe.
What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
What? Fingerprints. Yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
COVID.
Oh, God. Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
The...
Hi.
Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant?
What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
Meatballs. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Oh.
Oh, fuck it. You think I'm worried?
Meatballs.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean?
Oh no, first time shit.
Hey, Hackett said.
Yeah, just a little bit electrocuted.
He's okay.
You still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't. But someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Righto?
Balls.
Why you've been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Balls. Show that piece of evidence now. It's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more...
Whoa.
Oh man, that young beam hit me again. That's pretty weird. Mr. Wright, it's the lightning in here. It's really refreshing. If you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be murdered to death by me right here, right now. You didn't want to appear before the Board of Inquiries.
I do now. I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Can I present that piece of evidence? It shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall.
It's irrelevant to the case on trial. Well, that's not the case we're trying right now.
It's true.
Rug.
It's true. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie!
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe. I know what you took was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Man, every time Boofbot has a red thing, I think somebody's like
Yeah.
cussed at us and shit.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Hey, you figure it out. Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
Covered in blood. Looks like it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? It means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Oops. Meatballs. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto.
Meatballs.
Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
Pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
I mean, you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck.
I made it by corruption.
Yeah,
See this Dargment?
E equals MCA. I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all of the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. The truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine.
Show evidence. Not the trial, it's on
No,
trial.
I think now that it's been proven that... Oh god, actually is that? Quick save here. I don't...
Yeah, is it? Because now we've connected it, so now we can show
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
All right, then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes! At last you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests this immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. Its handprint on the leather. Must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
Oh, you mean...
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
Balls? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Or the fingerprints on belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. You'll be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to
Oh
whom
boy.
these fingerprints belong to, the person to whom they belong to, is...
Yes.
Emma Sky?
What? They're mine?
Sorry, Emma.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
Well, it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky,
You knew those fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
Said this trial isn't over yet.
But I'm afraid it is over, my boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. The matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
what the fuck?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was in the sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
Man, I'm glad Phoenix has an idea, because I don't.
Yeah,
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. It was cut out beforehand because there's no blood on it.
Yeah, right? That's gotta be it.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make this out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth, so it was super likely for Gant to plant MSN. I don't think he planted it. I think it just didn't kill him, and he used that to help frame the fact that that fingerprint was there.
Yeah.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved Prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he shoved aside.
He most likely had his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword?
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember that what you admitted only you personally cut out the bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally all over.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
His hair boner went.
Yeah.
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Whoops, oh man, there's an old beam here too now. Order, order. What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Jeep? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Meatballs. No, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
Pray, Mr. Grant's claim is legally correct. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright.
Meatballs. Means at last. Time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
You're right. You admit to it. You purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth.
I mean, I wicked didn't.
Yeah. I admit, I refused to present it at one point.
Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Oh,
Not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
no, Archie, don't listen to his lies. Come on. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really...
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
But
But this is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed. Well, not really. I got this like 10 minutes ago, but here we are. Indeed, throw the book at him. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Balls.
rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. Which was definitely a legal thing for me to do, by the way. It goes without saying that I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
It was shown only a few moments ago.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
Balls.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes.
Wow!
No.
It was then that you approved this cloth. as conclusive evidence. I do a pom-pom, but I don't think I can.
You'd have to wait for a flashback anyway.
That's pretty good.
Find its spot now.
Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moment.
Flashbacks as presented by the Homestar Runner team.
The shame we got here so late in the game.
I know.
I like this bit.
I think it's a good bit. I wish that we could. Well, there's always the next
There's
game.
always the next game. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. What else are gonna win? Holy shit. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Good Bruceman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. The evidence... If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the event? No, it's not very good. What's Bub's sound like?
He sounds kind of like this.
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered.
This is technically not a flashback that we've been witnessing, so we could have done it now. And here we are.
It's kind of a flashback.
It was a flashback. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "Please kill me with a knife."
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. Couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. Bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
Felt bad for having to do it, but I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, I left the jar fragments in the glove. Meatballs. Yeah. Not to the point, can't you? Broke my car. It looks like I was better off being investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? They don't provide us chairs.
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. We're not so different, you and I. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
Meatballs.
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
Meatballs. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. Meatballs. I knew you as you used to be long ago, a non-murderer.
Mr. Gant, you murdered someone. We are not the same.
You murdered someone.
Yeah.
Looks like.
You were once a fine investigator, an example to others in the force. I'm sorry to learn that you're no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Righto here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. And the melodious sounds of a new beginning.
What a weirdo.
Yeah. There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Samus Aran has part Chozo DNA in her, and it was...
Uh-huh.
Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
Right. When this
Yes,
trial,
I am.
When this trial is over, I will start to sing. Tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
Meatballs. My. What high standards you have for a rookie.
Meatballs.
I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Sky,
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Meatballs? You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing.
liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job.
Hey, if you're about to get fired, would you mind just doubling my salary as a fun bit?
Yeah.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Sky,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
There's something amusing about all this. Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Then everyone just was evaporated by bright white light.
Yep. Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already.
You're telling us.
We kept postponing the stream and everything. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, innocent.
Yay! Yippee! Wahoo!
That's all. This court is adjourned.
At long last, it's finally over. Emma?
Meatballs.
Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see... Wait, hang on, no.
You pull a marzipan out of the ether.
She sounds like she's...
It just kind of sounds...
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. God, who else? Meatballs! You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. It's a good flashback.
I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Jesus
Broke
Christ,
through the
dude.
fucking wall like the Kool-Aid man.
Every single time, Gumshoe.
Balls.
Meatballs.
Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Pew, pew, pew.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
Pew, 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 pew. You're doing this on purpose, ain't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. A fired detective who's currently unemployed. To top it off, you call me here. I've seen half your people at funerals.
Oh god, did I just get sucked in the time hole?
I feel like it.
Oh no, I'm so hungry. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh. Are you here because of my sister again?
Oh, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
It's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Balls. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. Meatballs? It was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Yes. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. Now, I realize I was wrong. Meatballs. I changed after that day. Had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. Those eyes that you have. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
This is great. I love this.
You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. Now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Oh.
We can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our own mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future.
Surprisingly poignant.
Yeah. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
Where was he hiding?
I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. Meatballs. Just heading the plant over there. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. Meatballs. It's too late for me. Meatball. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth! Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it, you and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. In order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth.
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth. Don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. Meatballs? Were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. Meatballs. You said in order to fight crime on my own I need a weapon. That may be true. Think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. Meatballs? You were working together with Mr. Wright, which is a little bit dubious in terms of the justice system. Like, I think the defense attorney and the prosecutor probably shouldn't collude. That seems a bit rough, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Sure is. Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Yeah, Edgeworth more I would have been able to find on our own.
I mean, it's the list, right?
I hope so.
That's the picture I drew.
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore on this picture.
That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. Meatballs. Meatballs? It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth. If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth, what will you do now?
Starring some spin-off games. Meatballs.
Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. It seems I owe you my thanks as well, right? But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Meatballs. Farewell. The stone pillar smashes him into the ceiling. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be back to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Oh.
Scientific Investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
The first book I ever bought. Probably read Lana.
Yeah, I don't think that would be for me.
And so another case came to a close. As As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun.
It's like Phoenix has been trying to put a button on this for the past 10 minutes.
People keep undoing my butt. This is going to be a long coat at the end. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, Detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor.
You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh? You broke this lady out of prison, Gumshoe?
Live hard, die fast, pal. I don't know what to tell you. Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
What?
way to go, Detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, right here is the one who'll be footing the bill.
What?
What, do you think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
What? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Meatballs.
Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Yeah, I got an idea. Let's all scream together. Why don't we all go off and pay it together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Plenty of witnesses to the bribery. Come on, guys, let's go. Commit to... What, would that be a felony? That's probably a felony, right?
Felony.
Let's go commit a felony.
Yeah, has Phoenix Wright ever made a single cent from lying? I don't think so.
Like,
He makes a lot of money, but
he does a
other
lot of
people keep taking it from him.
he does a lot of pro bono work, I feel like.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's chapter 5 of Phoenix Wright 1.
Looking fingerprints.
Right. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Yeah, the only time he maybe gets paid, he gets a huge charge put on him. Great.
Yikes. I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation at the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Which, to be clear, had already happened by this point in the story, but it just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily.
Phoenix is a Nepo baby. That would explain it, yeah.
And probably.
He gets his folks to pay for him to play lawyer. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy.
Thank God we learned out what happened to you.
Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes! Oh, I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. They hate you, Mike Meekins. It's one little note.
Why don't you make like a dick and piss off?
One little note for you developers, just one little note. Don't make a loud, bad noise.
Yeah. Blue Badger went on to kill 70 people. He died in a high-speed car chase.
I'm here too! Yippee!
Whee! Oh, well,
Never mind.
then he died.
Well, R.I.P. I guess. R.I.P. to, what did you call it? Shitbag the Hedgehog?
Shitbag the Hedgehog?
I don't think that's what it was.
Oh, shit.
What is it? Can't you see I'm doing... Oh, shit. Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's one... Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Their wooder.
Their oiter.
Dink their oiter.
Got a dinky oiter, but not too much.
Cactuses don't like being over-oitered.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. Sorry, there was a fly up my nose. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the... Well, the top layer tastes bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer's as sweet as victory.
The right way lunch.
Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
How? Anyway, Sippy. Oh. I'm gonna eat afterwards.
I'll never forget what young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left. Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Oh no, I'm glued to my seat. I forgot my gavel, so I gotta go.
Localization by Be Gay, sadly not also by To Crimes. If only. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Enjoy this preview of the next game. Oh.
Yeah. What is that song called?
I don't know.
Oh, beans.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh God.
Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Well, we're really going over everyone, huh?
Yeah, we sure are. Can't wait to see Mr. Saw. It's denouement here.
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe on this train. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. That really tickled you.
Really good.
This is very cute. Theo.
Theo. No. Oh, there we go. Oh, she's so cute.
Oh. To do is open this book and hallucinate wildly.
Put a bunch of ketamine in between the pages of this book.
Capcom.
Capcom.
Oh boy. I am so fucking hungry.
Me too.
Alrighty. Well, folks, that's going to be it for us today. Oh, thank you all for coming along.
Yeah, thank you.
If you've been sticking around and you're not following us, please, consider hitting that follow button.
Give us the
'cause
Christmas gift and hit the follow button.
Yeah.
please.
We are like 10 followers away from 700, and we would love to hit that before the end of the year. We're going to be back tomorrow with some Donkey Kong Country 3. I think we are going to go and raid Val Breakbeat Bun, who is currently doing some Lethal Company.
Ooh.
And I think we're gonna use the raid phrase. What is our raid phrase gonna be? Yeah, there we go. When the company's lethal or something, that'll do.
Nice.
Perfect, ideal. All right. See you folks again tomorrow if you're not doing anything else, and take care.
We'll see you then.
Bye-bye.
Mwah.
Why though?